you know?
Can I do a 20?
You can do Walrus. You can do Litecoin. You can do Deep.
You looking for a 20x?
Yeah. Guns, maybe. What's the market cap? 23. 10. 223.
Oh, that's what I wanted to look at.
You could do it.
You're looking for a 20x, you gotta just go on one of those deck screener or something. And you get a token when it first comes out.
I don't do it. It's at 23 million, so if it did a 10, that's 223. If it did a 20, that's 466. That's doable.
Yeah, I was watching a show the other day. All these, they're all like 17 years old, man. All they do is stare at deck screener all day, and they make millions. It was like, wow.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm surprised we didn't have no depeg in there. Last time, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I glanced. I glanced at stables for a minute just to make sure.
I thought for sure USDT was gonna do a little something. I know last time we had a dip that bad, man. Wasn't even close to that, and then depegged. But
Yeah, give me a second, guys. I'll clean this chart up. I'll leave the fib up in case we dip overnight. Right, we want to look to catch on the 0.5 or the golden pocket if this is going to stay bullish.
These
What's
prices
good,
on
Jay?
some of these things are still really, really good.
The what is?
The prices on some of these things, like I
Yeah.
didn't think that there was going to be a 2 in front of SUI until the bear market started, you know? I mean, everything's all building out, you know?
Yeah.
And it'll eventually, I think, in my opinion, turn up. But I wish I could just like fabricate, you know, just go outside, pluck some money off the tree, put it on in there.
wish it was that easy.
Yeah, like $2.76, $2.76. It's up 6%, but on the daily candle, but still, like that's a great deal to me.
1000% M7. 1000%.
Oh, hey, what's gonna happen on the 13th again? I drew a line here and I didn't label it on Bitcoin.
I don't know. You tell me. You drew the line.
You want to tell me what my line means? No, there was like something happened. Something was gonna happen.
Okay, I got one. Can you look at this coin?
My eyes good, RH. Thank you. A lot better.
You're gonna like this one. Andy. Look
Yeah,
where
I'm
it's
in
at.
position, Jay. Most of us are in position. We bought the dip on that. Andy, you said? Andy on ETH?
Yeah, just regular old Andy. No ETH in the name.
Yeah, but it's on ETH, though. Like, it's a ETH coin, right? Or it's... Because it could be a Sol coin. It could be...
Yeah, this is the real one. It's 000 said 3
Mm-hmm.
403697. What do you think of that? Yeah, didn't miss it yet.
Didn't miss it, but it also didn't pop up. Why?
Hey, I don't know. You got it.
There's a reason, bro. But think about it. Think about it like, you know what I mean? Logically. Everything
Yeah.
else recovered on the dip, but this didn't recover.
You like it.
That has nothing to do with... What does that mean? You don't think I've ever held a coin that ended up not being good? Like, I
Hey,
love the vote of confidence, but I'm telling you to think critically about this. We just saw everything else drop and recover,
I'm
right?
looking for a lottery ticket.
For the most part, we've seen everything else drop and recover, right? Except for the stuff that's shit. Swift. Ow. Even Trump freaking recovered.
Yeah, Trump went down to $1.50. Huey.
What?
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you look at Andy,
Yeah, look what Andy did during this.
and didn't do a whole hell of a lot and didn't recover a whole hell of a lot either.
Andy was like, just continue to just
That's the
consolidate down
first I
here.
hear of it, Adrian.
Well, there's nobody trading that thing. There's no volume there.
I'm just gonna do a 10x out of nowhere when I feel like it.
Andy,
You're gonna look and you're gonna be like, oh,
oh, Andy ETH. Are you looking at Andy, the one on Sol or the one on ETH?
Who's the one on ETH?
no.
He doesn't even know what he's trading, bro. He just wants to 10x something right now.
The one on Sol,
Yeah.
man. This thing has a what? God, that thing is so tiny. The market cap. Holy cow.
He's married to it. That's why.
Jody, I have a question. So, is it part of BlackRock's contract? Like, for example, it's a weekend, right? It's Saturday and Sunday. Can they still operate and buy during the weekends, or is it part of their?
Yeah, I mean the customers can't, right?
Okay.
Customers got to wait for market to open, but they can
Okay.
settle. So like if they have a day, right? Because you know it's 1 for 1, right? So let's say wake up in the morning and 3 people decide to sell IBIT. BlackRock doesn't go sell 3 Bitcoin, right? They settle at the end of the day or they settle at the end of the week, however they decide to do it.
Okay, so they can
That can be
operate as
done
a
on the
business even in the
weekend. That
weekends.
could, yeah. It can be done at any time.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know because, like, okay, now they're seeing this and like,
Mm-hmm.
they might want to instigate a manipulative rally. You know, those fake bounces where you can start just like acting like a market maker because nobody else wants to trade.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not illegal for them to still
No.
trade.
There's no like nothing against that. As long as they're balancing their book and they have a Bitcoin to cover every Bitcoin worth of
As long as they're
ETF.
balancing the book.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
What they can't do is have, 100 billion in ETFs and 50 billion in Bitcoin. Like you have to have one for one. You can have more, right? The SEC is not going to be like, hey, you got too much Bitcoin. So they can still accumulate. Because remember, this whole thing is Bitcoin accumulation. Every time you buy ETF, they buy Bitcoin. Every time you sell ETF, they give you their money. They keep your Bitcoin.
So basically, their contract with the SEC is like they're also like an exchange wherein they can store Bitcoin for that purpose.
Well, you have to, right? When you're an ETF, you have to have the underlying. You have to hold the
What I mean is
underlying
you can
asset.
have even more Bitcoin than what was
Yeah.
ordered from.
It's not. Yeah, it's not tied. It's at least 1-to-1.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna watch out for that.
Hey, Dbloc, with the trap shorts, isn't that whole wick trap shorts?
This whole thing is there's trap shorts for about $10,000. Like I said, this is not going to be the most traditional weekend trap. But if I was to forget about today's events and just look at the chart, then these would be our trap shorts. These would be our trap longs. And this is right around where we should be ranging for the weekend. I'm not going to be surprised in the least if we blow this out in one direction or the other. It just for me is a measure to see, is market maker able to regain control. Right? What it'll look like if he's able to regain control is that it will stay in the trap. Right? If we break out or whatever, we having problems, we're having deviations in and out, then we know that the fight is still sort of on. What's going on, Jagger? I mean, I don't know. From what it seemed like, most people in the group were all right. Obviously, leverage positions got wiped and all that, but I think me being annoying about spot sort of helped. People, for the most part, had some spot positions to counter their leverage losses, at least from everybody that I've heard from.
I was having a great time until Evan hit 20 cents when my stop was at 50. I was like, ah.
I'll be honest with you, bro. We should all feel kind of lucky, Jagger. This could have been a lot more drawn out. And I mean, we're still not out of hot water, but just the recoveries that we made on the alts could have taken weeks, if not months. And it ended up just taking an hour.
Do you think we go back to some of these wicks? I know maybe not like down to like 50 cents on Sui, but like back down to like the twos, the ones.
Higher lows is what we're looking for, right? We're looking for higher lows that come in and hold any support. Like if you've got a coin and it's got support underneath, right? That's where you want your higher low to hold. What you want is for old structure to start working again, right? For it to start building off of old structure. But for the most part, these higher lows that we put in are what's gonna convince people that are still on the sidelines. We don't get that higher low and we start going down, then people are just gonna wait and sit on their hands. Sometimes we do have a second wave down, guys, but you gotta remember the manipulation didn't start today. Just to show you how, and I don't mean this like in any way, but just to show you how short memory is in crypto. We were crying when BlackRock did that, and then they did that, and then they did that. Right? So as far as I'm concerned, how I look at it, this was the third drop.
Man, I'm gonna
Right?
listen
Our
to BlackRock.
level 1 attack was there, level 2 was there, and then our third flush. So
My question about that is that they continue to have 700 Bitcoin, and then they kept magically having 300 again today. Like, you remember?
Yeah, I don't think the total on there is right
Okay, okay. I was tripping.
because it doesn't tend to move, but it's not 791. There's a K behind that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 791,000 Bitcoin. But even that, I don't think it tracks it perfectly. I've noticed sometimes where you see sell-offs and it doesn't move.
Okay, okay. I was tripping.
I'd be worried if they only had 791 Bitcoin left. Like, oh shit. They know that I don't know. Like I said earlier, right? There were 3 different catalysts that contributed to how bad this was. Right? For there to be another dip of equal, right? So like, oh shit, then it would have to line up perfect again. Not saying that one of those things can happen. Wintermute can come up tomorrow and do another batch of 300s and give us another drop like that, right? Or like that. Or Trump could come out and say something else about tariffs tomorrow and we'll get a little drop, right? But without Trump announcing the tariffs as Wintermute is selling off, as Binance is clearing the books, as global liquidity is going down, we're not going to have the same sort of dump.
I thought that BlackRock didn't want fiat.
They don't.
Why are they selling their Bitcoin then?
It's people selling their Bitcoin, but they're selling their Bitcoin for Ethereum. They're doing that same rotational play that we're doing. Right? You made your money on your Bitcoin. You know, these people have assets under management. Not everybody that buys from BlackRock is just hitting the button on Robinhood. Right? Some of these assets are under management where they've got fund managers that say, hey, Bob, you know, it's time to make that rotational play out of gold into silver, or out of oil into natural gas, or out of Bitcoin into Ethereum. And then we get those rotations. But remember, when somebody sells Bitcoin, BlackRock gives them money. The Bitcoin that BlackRock sells, the money that comes from that is theirs to do as they please. They've already paid off their debt to the shareholder. It's gonna be something like that, Daniel. I don't know if he'll come out that warm, but we're looking for Trump to come out and have at least a warmer tone, right? Like willing to talk, something like that, willing to meet, willing to negotiate. Right now, the biggest problem that we have is the uncertainty. Nobody knows what's going to happen with Tarif. Never going to get that shit out of my head. Yo, tariffs are forever Tarif from now on.
Who said that?
Funny as shit. This dude was I was watching a stream, and dude was not a crypto trader or nothing, but he had some crypto, and he was looking at his phone as everything was like falling apart. He was like, oh shit, I'm poor. What the hell's going on? So he asked his chat. He was like, chat, what's going on? And then chat was telling him what happened. And he's like, Trump said something bad about Tarif. Who's Tarif? Who the hell is Tarif? Who's dying? Imagine having that much money in crypto and knowing that little. He had tons. He had a lot of money. He said he was down like 500K on ETH, like 600 and something $1,000 on XRP, and he doesn't know who Tarif is.
Dang.
But there was 2 of them in there talking. It's funny, like, oh, I should sell, and the other guy's like, don't sell. You just buy crypto, and then like in 20 years you're rich. And he's like, yeah, but I think you're like supposed to sell so that you can buy it back at the bottom, and then you get more. And then the other guy was like, yeah, but how do you know when it's gonna dip? And he said, I don't know. Somebody would tell me. Like, these are the people that we're trading against for the most part. That's funny, Xander. Arif is Dutch for Terry. Nah, that shit was, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Los. That shit was about to send me. I was about to black out. I didn't. I held it together though. I'm proud of myself. But if he would have screamed out, "What do we do, Dbloc?" one more time, I was gonna lose my shit.
I got one for you. Why would someone buy this dip on OM?
I don't know, bro. Same. I have no idea. Same reason they
That doesn't
kept
even make
buying it
any.
after it crashed the first time.
Who buys a dead project at that price?
Yo,
Well,
Dbloc, did you
somebody.
hear? Did you hear what happened to Crypto's trades?
Nah, but I know the trades he was in, so I can imagine.
He got liquidated on 2 of them. His ETH and Sol trades, 11 million, total. Yeah, the only trades that are left is his Bitcoin long that was from last year and his Coin M long on Bitcoin. That's it. His ETH and Sol longs, they all got like, especially Sol, man. Sol reached down hard. Yeah, he got
That sucks.
liquidated. Yeah, both of them. I'm just happy that he was not on cross for those two.
It
Yeah,
happens to the best of us, yo.
yeah, man. He it was nice though, because like he really went as soon as he kind of figured out what happened. He went online right away and showed everybody his running trades. Yeah, it happened so fast. I don't think anyone. If I was an alts on longs, um, I would never think that it would reach down that hard. Like I couldn't even fathom how Sui would allow it to go to all the way to 0.5. Like that's just crazy
It was
amounts of
unreal looking at it.
yeah.
Like I literally was sitting here and I was looking at and I kept clicking change, and it just kept getting worse. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
and it was everything, bro.
Dude, I thought it was a fake
All the
chart.
way down the line.
I thought it was a fake chart. I thought that, so I was freaking out because I was like, why is, look at
It was
Sue. Like, I
brutal.
couldn't even get the
Brutal. You
words
couldn't even
out.
save. Like I had a bunch of leverage positions that I got wiped on, but I couldn't even save them unless I hit close all. I probably could have saved, but then I didn't think it was gonna go that low. My positions were
Yeah,
from the
no.
lows.
Imagine even if you were in a 2x, ultra conservative. Even if you were in a 2x on Sui, you would have been
Bro,
wiped.
I
We
was
just
running a
had
SWE
somebody in
long.
chat says somebody in chat was like they were on 2x and they got wiped. Like
I
literally
Yeah,
was running a
doing
SWE
everything the
long.
way you're supposed to do it, and still.
I was running a SWE long from $1.18, bro, and I was like,
damn.
no way, and it
Oh
got
man.
like, dang it.
Oh,
But
really?
I took most profit, but
Oh,
Oh
I
I
hate
had a
no.
those
lot of beats
long.
still
I
left on
hate
it.
those long leverage trades, bro. It's such a good dopamine hit. Like I get it, but the longer you have that trade open, is like the more risk you take of something stupid happening.
Yeah, they got me. They got me.
I can imagine if there's people that were up thousands of percent that got wiped out too, man. That's just crazy.
Next time, I mean, it's almost like you got to go through it at least one time. Oh, okay. I didn't know that it could do that. Next time, I'll be ready or whatever it is, but to see I don't know. I could have sworn my thing was glitching out, so I didn't even bother to try to buy anything until I don't know. Maybe it was like halfway done.
I don't think you'll ever be ready for that again.
What
Yeah.
was so tragic about this shit was that was how many people's stop losses got skipped.
Yeah, because
Yep.
the price was skipping.
A bunch
Capping.
of my friends who are on Binance, their stop loss was skipped.
Like
Those
that,
were
you
pretty
hear
good
it
stuff.
happening to 1 or 2 people every once in a while, and you warn people, and even when you tell them to use stop losses, you're like, not a guarantee. You could still get skipped, but to have it happen to everybody, or for the most part, everybody, crazy. The book just jumped, bro. The book jumped from 113 to 110 to 103. Anything in between got absolutely skipped.
Is this a way for the government or whomever to get us to stop buying
Like exchanges should
altcoins?
give people bonuses, dude. Hopefully.
Nah, it's
That'd be nice.
it's low liquidity, man. It's one thing that is concerning is that it just shows how illiquid some of the altcoin market is. Right? You remove 1 or 2 pools of liquidity and it all falls apart. But the strong alts, right? Even though they weren't immune to the dip, they showed you why they're strong. At that point, it becomes liquidity math. Sui drops to 60 cents. Like at that point, it's not even TA, it's just liquidity math, right? How much liquidity, how much daily volume comes through this every day? What's the market cap? How much did we just lose on that? There's no way that doesn't.
What's the technology behind uh, the price moving that quick though? Like
Liquidity
it
providers
makes me
providing it
think
only
that the
to us.
liquidity was pulled
Yeah, it was.
out.
Binance
Yeah.
cleared the books on almost all exchanges that they're underneath.
Why'd they do that? The tariff thing?
Nah, they did it because they were putting a pause to the bleed, basically, on their side,
I guess I just don't understand.
right? So the order book was completely empty for the most part. So you have a thin order book, right? Which means that somebody that presses sell at 113 doesn't get filled until 103. And somebody that sells at 111 doesn't get filled until 102. And so on and so on and so on until it just cascades. And then the fact that you couldn't buy back meant that there was no buy pressure coming in to counteract that, right? Because the exchanges were all screwed up.
But if they stopped people from being able to trade, doesn't that mean that you couldn't like the normal person couldn't sell either?
Not
So
always. Not always. But the sells are automatic. Remember, going through those liquidations cause sells, market sells. Those are always going to go through. So the cascading liquidations create the sells. If you got liquidated at 109, that sell didn't get filled until, so it flips the book. It's very similar to what happens during FOMCs or during big news events. Market maker, for the most part, I guarantee you, as soon as Trump made that announcement, market maker himself cleared the books. That leaves nothing but exchanges now. Exchanges decide to clear the books. On top of it, move their orders. Market maker orders are already gone because they're protecting themselves from volatility. And exchange liquidity dries up because Binance zeroes them out. And then you get a cascading liquidation event that attacks the book over and over and over. This is what you're going to get. That's how that happens.
So now they're just going to slowly start adding it back.
It's like a meme coin. It's like watching a meme coin dump, right? It's illiquid, and as one person starts dumping and another person starts dumping, and it starts to sort of compound, you just get those God candles down. But something like Sui is not supposed to act like that, right? Because of its market cap.
Yeah, I'm asking Sample. He just gave he gave one message. His SL also wasn't licked. He got wiped also.
Yeah.
Feel bad for the guy. A lot of.
I mean, it sucks, right? But you literally can't do anything about it. Like if you're trading leverage, and again, it's a tool, and some people need it, and you have to use it. But if you're trading leverage, you have to know that that can happen, and then it's just one of those things where you got to chalk it up to the game. You know, it's like part of operating, but that's why you've got to hedge yourself against it. And the only real way to do that is with spot position.
Yeah. Straight up.
You know, even people that were 70% in alts, 80% in alts, way different experience today than somebody who was 75% leverage. All right, guys. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. I said I was gonna go to sleep early, and it's already 5 o'clock in the morning. You guys tricked me again.
Hold on one more thing. The RSI looks like the daily RSI is at 39.
Yeah. Tomorrow's gonna tell a lot, man. Try to get some rest. I know you guys want to stay up and stare at the screen all night, but you're gonna need to not be zombied out tomorrow. Just leave the YouTube on, put the volume up, and somebody will scream bloody murder or something happens, I'm sure. Nah, there's no way in hell I would have been able to go to sleep. Like, if I was in a different time zone and that shit was happening overnight, I'd 1000% stayed up all night. There's no way I'm going to sleep during that. Even now, I feel like, but it's cool. Stop losses are in. Funny you say that. Stop losses are in, like that means anything. Again, without the order books being as thin as they were, price doesn't jump. Without price jumping, it doesn't skip stop losses. So don't let today's experience throw you off from using a stop loss.
Is
It's like
that
if
where
you
the
got
coin
in a car
glass?
accident and the like if you got in a car accident and the seatbelt didn't keep you from hitting the glass, like you would just never wear a seatbelt again. Like that's not, you know, not smart. What were you saying?
Where are people finding the money to re-enter their longs?
Bank account.
Yeah. I was gonna
Somewhere
say the
outside.
coin glass, like the heat map. I was looking at it and like, it kind of defaults to 24 hours, and there was just nothing on the right side of the heat map. Like usually it shows the liquidations in that way, and there was just nothing. There's nothing. So it's like you gotta wait for some reason to get the price to go back up. But if you zoomed out, then all the liquidations are above. Um, there's like late shorters popping in now, but
Look at fear
there's
and greed. My bad, just to
oh,
speak with you about what you were talking about. When's the last time you see that shit go
I
from
know zoom out.
greed directly into extreme fear
Oh,
in
has that
one
ever
print?
happened?
That's pretty rare. I mean, this was a pretty big print here, but I don't think we've ever taken out 2 levels in one print. Probably have to go way back for that. Probably during COVID.
I wonder what the number is going to be after when it refreshes later.
We're to be fair, we're not technically in extreme fear. We're like right at 25, 26. We're like right on the line.
Ah, I see it. Make it a V.
Right?
Right now I feel bad for retail. I was just hoping to give them a chart where they could have more confidence in like just hammering everything, all the dip. You know what I mean?
I
Having a
came
dip
in
that's easy to trade. That's a
right
hard
after
dip to trade.
COVID. So I didn't get to experience the COVID. Black Swan.
This is great though, because everyone will miss out on the uptrend, and then once it breaks out and starts going up, they're all going to buy in and send it even higher.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's your typical retail formula. That's why we try to come in and as early as safe as possible, so that you know. Sad thing is that when we do take profit, we take profit from them. You get what I mean?
It's not really sad. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
that's the truth. Yeah,
it's the early mover advantage.
a mentor
exactly.
used to tell me that everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve.
How many more hours of study have you done than that retail person? Like, you deserve the lower price.
Oh,
Yeah, the risk, the
I was once them.
anxiety, that knot in your stomach when you bought that fallen knife, the hour
Oh
of
yeah,
calling yourself stupid and questioning yourself and doubting. Yeah, you deserve that lower price, 1000%. Versus somebody who waited for price to recover, get comfy, hold support, start going like, yeah, of course. It's in the risk, right? The money's in the risk.
Money's in the risk.
All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Everybody trade safe.
Rest up, Dbloc. See you later.
Good night, y'all.
Good
have a
night.
good night.
Later.
Dang, we got a weekly green vector and then a red vector directly after. Green then.
You can see from in YouTube which influencers actually did proper risk management on their trades and were not over leveraged because they released a video right away after what happened. And you can see the influencers that I have not released a video just yet.
Oh, that's so good
They're
psychology.
like going like, how do I explain this to my community? Because I'm in a few and I can see that like I think he's contemplating on what just happened to their bags.
If you're holding spot 2 weeks from now, it'll probably be a nothing burger. But if you
Oh
leverage,
yeah, no, for sure. Like,
Yo, Ghost, I got a question when you get a second.
go ahead.
Yo, so Mexi for the longest time, when you did cross, it didn't like you know how like on some exchanges if you do cross, it lets you use like your
Yeah, you
unrealized.
use what you profit, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't do that. But now does it do it?
No, it doesn't.
I think it does. I feel like it because I had a bunch of Mexi positions that I survived on Mexi somehow, but then and now I got a bunch of available
No, on
USDT.
cross, what it does, if you go below your entry, it starts using your excess stables, right? But if you start making money, your PNL just stays within the trade. Within the trade, it doesn't free up more stables. Like what I would do in Binance, like I would ladder up and keep trading every time I 2x. I open another trade based on my PNLs on cross, right? On Mexi, it doesn't do that.
I think yeah, 'cause I didn't have much available USDT. It was all unrealized profit, so I couldn't really use to open up new trades because I didn't really have any capital like USDT. It was all unrealized. But the positions that were open, like I still have like an ETH long from like 1400, so I'm still up on that, and some other ones that survive like Bitcoin at 80. So a couple survive actually. It gave me all that now to use for available, so I'm able to trade with the unrealized gains from those. Mexi's the only account that survived.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Without a
were
doubt.
you there when it
I,
was happening? Or were you not there?
I was
No, I
sleeping.
was here. I was here. I got wiped on most accounts. I had Weeks got wiped, BitUnix got wiped. Uh, yeah, one more exchange. I can't remember the name.
I was short
Orbit.
that event, and that take profit hit at 50 cents, and then I flipped to Sol, and when I flipped, it was 155 and went down on Maxi to 142, and for that most of that time, it still showed me in profit, even though it was
Oh,
negative. That's how
sorry, Vic.
delayed it was.
I forgot to tell you. Yeah. Okay. For some coins with low liquidity, they don't do that for cross anymore. But for like for example for Sui, so for the ones with big liquidity, they do it like normal cross, like in Binance. So your PNL goes into your bag, so you could open up positions again.
Yeah, no, it's the my one saving grace because it's like that's like the only funds I have left is that unrealized, but it's allowing me to play with them now. So I'm like,
I'm
I'm
so
back.
sorry, dude. So
Yeah,
sorry about
so,
you. I feel bad for Sample also. He had a nice SL on his Sui long. It was on $3. That was pretty safe. It totally skipped it on Bybit.
yeah, I'm messaging Weeks right now because my Weeks account shouldn't have been eliminated, bro. Like I had enough, I had stop losses, and I was head short like heavy. Like I had shorts from like I had shorts on basically everything like ETH, um, Bitcoin, a bunch of other alts. So like I should have survived it with my head shorts, but I think because it happened so fast, I think either my SLs didn't hit, but I had a lot of positions open, so I don't even know what happened honestly.
Well, my stop loss on Advent was for 50 cents, and that they took me out at 47. So normally that wouldn't happen. So depending how close your stop loss was to your liquidation level, could have gone through.
Hey, Ghost, are you there? I found something interesting. Look at the chart of pump. What's the price? 0.004. Wait a minute.
Anybody around? It's been pretty quiet.
Yeah,
Hey, what's happening, dude?
watching Alex Becker's new video.
Oh, are you? Yeah. That'd be interesting. Sure, that'd be an entertaining one. Making fun of everyone that got wrecked, probably.
G'day, mate.
I might.
Mate,
G'day,
Popping.
mate.
I might.
Doing the same
Mm.
as you? Looking at little red and green things?
Yeah. I'm just finishing up at work. Closing up the store.
Nice.
Work at a bottle shop. It's kind of a quiet night for a Saturday,
Thirsty Camel,
which is
is it?
fine. Nah.
BWS.
Yes.
Oh,
Woolies. BWS.
Woolies.
Yeah, it's been quiet. Now that it's warming up though, during the day you get a lot of people buying beer, which is understandable. Nice cold
Yeah.
beer. Cold wine. But man, in Australia, I don't know how the young people do it. Like premixed drinks when I was that age were definitely not what they are now. They're like triple the price now. From since like, you
What are
know.
they? $10 for a couple of sips, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. So I'll give you so $36 for 6 cans of Jim Beam and Coke, and that's just the regular. It's not the double strength. It's just the regular Jimmy and Coke. $36. $39 for a 6-pack of Jack Daniels and Coke cans. Almost $40. Like that's insane. $40. You can get like a carton for that almost of beer. Premixed spirits are just crazy in Australia. Thank you, government. You've done a great job.
Oh, they're getting their cut, aren't they?
Come
Yeah,
on.
they
We
are.
are
They're
an
getting their
island.
slice.
We are an island of alcoholics.
That's right.
That's right.
And we still pay for it too. No one complains too much. They still come in and buy it.
As long as you're getting paid, Rick.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Or Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Were you able to buy the low?
I actually woke up. Sorry, Rick.
Yeah, man, sorry. My alarm went off and it seems to take me out of the app and then mute my microphone, which is great. But yeah, I woke up, it woke me up. Like I stopped out at a loss, which is frustrating, stop out. And I was too slow to react to buy, the dip. I was just still half asleep in a daze, so I didn't really take advantage of it. What
No, I
about
was
you
the
guys?
same. I actually
Mm.
woke up as the SFP was happening. It was going back up. And I was the same
Oh
as you.
yeah,
I didn't even
just
think
too
about
slow.
putting money on it.
Yeah,
I was
it's a
in
bit of a pain.
an Atlantis long. I was up $400. I was like, yay, that'll do when I
That'll
sleep.
sort me
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. Woke up and stopped out, and then it had gone sideways, and I was like, oh, that doesn't look good. So got up, I was watching it, I went, all right, 50x short, and then the market just dropped, and I'm like,
Jeez.
Oh wow.
yeah, and I went, 50 cents that's kind of ridiculous. I'll put that in as my
Mm.
limit. And I was watching it, and it stopped and started, went up, went down, and then it hit it, and I was like, yay!
Yeah.
And then it kept going, and I was like, oh. And then it went down
Yeah.
to 20 cents. I was like,
The only people
shit.
that are going to be able to participate from this point forward are the ones that were shorting it, like the bears. You know, the retail like degen bulls, they're all wiped out. They've probably got like, you know, a quarter of their account left, if that. So it's it
Even if
messes with, I don't know, just messes with everything. People's participation.
even the
Mm.
short people with the shorts, a lot of them missed out because they couldn't. The exchanges froze up and everything, so they couldn't take the win.
Yeah. So I was lucky. So my 50 cents, because of the lag, actually paid me out at 47. So I actually got more money than I was meant to.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's good.
And then I flipped
Yeah.
into a Sol long with the whole amount, at 10x, and that was at 155, and it went down to 142. So I almost got wiped out. But that whole time, my account was positive. That's how bad the lag was. Instead, I was like,
What
lost
exchange did you
$1,000.
use, mate?
XC.
Yeah, right.
So I was lucky everything went through, but yeah, it was laggy. And if you have a look at different exchanges, the Sol bottom is different. Like Binance is like
Yeah,
170,
definitely.
whereas Mexi is like 142. So I was lucky. Like my average entry is lower than the bottom of most exchanges.
Yeah, trading views 168 by mine. I reckon I heard you say 140 this morning.
Yeah,
Is that on
142.
Mexi, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mexi perp.
Dude, your voice sounds so familiar. Like from another Discord. You probably just sound similar. You're probably not the same person. Just cover it.
Yeah, that's no.
This is the only
I'm
Discord
on.
you're in?
I'm
I
on one
used to
other,
go
but there's
into
no voices.
because again, this is really ridiculous, but I used to go into this Discord just for fun. It was a flat Earth channel, flat Earth Discord, and there was an Aussie guy in there, and he sounded like you, like he was a globe guy, like me, like thinking that everything's as it's put forward in the science textbooks, like a globe believer.
I'm
Or
sort
just
of
a
in the
normal
middle.
person.
I'm just I just
Yeah, I mean, who really knows? But I mean, none of us have been in a rocket to see it with our own eyes, unless you have. But yeah, man, I don't know. Seems a bit far fetched
Have
to
you been
think
in a
that it's
plane?
flat.
You can
I've been
tell
in
on
a
a
plane,
plane.
yeah,
When you're up 30,000
yeah.
feet, you can see the
See
curve.
the, you see the slight arc. Yep, yep. Yeah, I don't know, man.
yeah. I don't know.
It's pretty. It's just a bit. I think most people involved in that kind of community are just doing it for fun. Like they're not really diehard. Oh, but there are diehard people in it. But there's most of them are just. It's a bit of entertainment, I suppose. You know.
So I was watching some YouTubers, and they reckon that possibility that we go back and recover half this wick from
Oh yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Please don't believe them. I don't want that to happen.
I don't want that to
Yeah.
happen.
Dude, it's definitely spooks the crypto market. Like, oh, I mean, any confidence you may have had has definitely been tested. So it'll take a couple of weeks to get over this. I feel like, as in, I don't know. Then again, like if you get a good pump and you do something pretty spectacular, people are pretty quick to forget some of the negative emotions that they've just gone through in the market. At least that's the case with me anyway. Like after all the
Definitely got any
tariff
money
crap,
left.
Yeah, back in like back in March and April when we like had to get through all that tariff garbage, and the market's just crashing. It just felt like the beginning of the end, really. But then, yeah, once we got through that and came back up, it's like, oh, it's like sweet, dust your hands off and carry on, with the bull market. Thing is, though, we didn't make terribly impressive new highs. Like there wasn't the face melting price discovery level. You know what I mean? With Bitcoin,
Mhm.
it went up, but it wasn't like out of this world. At least not yet. Maybe that's still coming, but
If you think about Max Payne, it isn't down, it's up. Like if we went up to 122 from here, how many people would be on
yeah,
the sidelines just waiting to go in, waiting for that next dump again?
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, if you're on
Like,
leverage, you're in trouble.
yeah. In hindsight, Bitcoin didn't. It wasn't bad for Bitcoin, but the alts got hammered, man. A lot of the alts got.
Mm.
Some of them went down beyond 80%.
Atom went down to 0.001.
Atom,
Atom went down to 0,
jeez.
and then back up to $2.
Wow,
Oh.
imagine buying it down there. Having an order filled at 1 cent or something.
No,
Or
it's
like fraction.
0.001. So it's
Oh, a fraction of a
it's
cent. Yeah.
fractions of a cent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I just feel for the people that got really hurt, and and all these rich people that done it, made a squillion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
But
think
we're overdue for a big correction. Like we haven't had one for a long time.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, nothing like to
yeah.
that scale anyway. Well, it was the biggest sell-off in crypto's history. Like 8 point something billion dollars wiped out
And the main reason is
in a
because the
day.
order books were so thin
Yeah.
because all the exchanges were
Slippage.
frozen. So
Yeah.
Yes.
people were just selling, and there was
Conspiracy.
no one to buy, and so it just kept dropping and dropping and dropping.
Yeah. No one could log in. Yeah,
Or
I
if you,
guess there wasn't any limits set. The books weren't stacked up enough to where it would catch the pressure, the sell pressure.
Binance is going to have a massive hit because every exchange that's backed by them screwed up.
Yeah,
I
which
got
ones
rid
are
of.
backed by finance?
I don't know, but Mexi wasn't because
Mm,
Well,
it was lagging.
I'm on BitUnix,
okay.
and that
I'm
is
on Bybit. Is Bybit backed by Binance?
I'm on Bybit, and I didn't say actually I should say I don't know if it did or not.
Yeah, it didn't stop me from logging in and using it. Like, today. Or during the mayhem, I really don't know. I was half asleep. But it definitely woke me
So
up. Woke me up very quickly. But I hate rushing to the computer and trying to
on a
make
trade.
decisions because that's not a good idea. That's impulsive, Like you wanna take time and meditate on what you're doing. You don't want to act impulsively. This
Go
is
through
like the
your
impulse
daily,
things.
hourly, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is what stop losses are for, so that you don't have to rush, you know, and limit buys should be there to catch things like that. I didn't have anything set up to take advantage of any like severe drops like today, but hats off to the people that did, that have that approach where they just stagger buys, like they always have powder on deck and stack buys beneath price for these type of events as they come.
Yeah, some guy was talking before that he had 90% of his portfolio in stacked buys, and he's
Ah,
just
so
been
just
sitting
all
there and
filled.
sitting. I've been sitting there for ages, and just got filled today.
Oh wow, so he's up.
But
Probably.
he's been on the sidelines for so long now.
True. Yeah, non-participation's a cost as well, isn't it? It's like you're
Yeah.
missing. Opportunity cost. Yeah, it's a fine balance. It's like, okay, if you can overtrade and kill your account that way, or you can do nothing and not make money at all. But at least, I guess you still got what you have.
That's
If
that's what
you,
I'm trying to do with my soul trade. Just not touch it. I've just
yeah,
gotta leave it. I got the
if
great
it's
entry.
spot, dude, you got nothing to worry about. If
No,
you,
it's 10 times leverage.
oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, the only people that should have panicked today are the leveraged people, people using futures. Like,
If you,
otherwise, it's just an opportunity to buy more. Like, if you're a spot guy.
There's like nothing below
I,
us. There's like nothing.
yeah,
It's like
it is crazy.
yesterday there was a big wall down there, and now there's just nothing.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty chaotic.
That's why I think we'll go up.
Very
Because
chaotic.
Max Payne will take all those shorts out,
Mm.
and everyone else will be left behind, and we'll be like, "Hey, we're at 120. Come join us."
Yeah, I've got one trade going now. A Jasmy long. Just going all right.
I found $130 just lying around somewhere. I don't know why. I put it in guns, and it's not doing that great at all.
It's up 0.5%.
I reckon if you can hang on to what you've got at the moment, 2 weeks time, it won't even matter. We'll be where we were.
Yeah.
Man, it seems like every year Australia's becoming more and more and earlier, like into Halloween. I'm like at a
Yeah.
drive-through right
Already?
now, and the place is like decked out with Halloween decorations and shit.
Still
Yeah,
3
people are
weeks
getting
away, isn't it?
keen. Yeah, it's like the end of the month, and we're only what, the 11th or 12th of October or something.
Gotta
Yeah,
sell that stuff, man. Gotta have enough time to sell the
yeah.
shit.
Well, that's
We
right.
got Christmas stuff in.
It's a retail. It's a retail venture, isn't it? It's like they make money off selling all this crap.
It's like Easter. They start selling stuff in like February.
Mm. There's Christmas stuff like in shopping centers already. Like they're starting to sell trees and decorations and stuff. So they're getting it happening already. October.
The
Sometimes,
sorry, trend surfer.
sometimes.
The
Hmm?
less leverage
Yeah.
you have, the better. That's why I
Yes.
did 10%, 10 times leverage. If you're just playing around with casino money and you don't care about it, you can do higher just for fun. But if you're serious, less is better.
Mm.
Mm.
But as long as
I'm
you're not hitting your liquidations.
Yeah, I'm 2 or 3x when I play leverage. I don't do much beyond. If I'm feeling confident, maybe 5x, but I won't go much higher than that.
I did 50 on the Avent one because I knew it was going down. It's like
Okay. Yeah.
it was $35, and that went to
Yeah.
two grand.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's sweet, man. If you can net those ones, it's pretty epic.
you can make a lot of money on high leverage, but you're going to lose a lot of money very quickly. So
Oh,
I say
hell yeah.
just start with a small amount. If you make that money and go down, drop the leverage down, and then put it to your more longer term bag.
Mm.
But also, if you buy spot, you never get wiped out. You can hold it forever.
That's right. Spot is a beautiful thing. Like you're just chilling the whole time. You're just chilling, bro. It's no stress at all. You don't have to pay perpetual fees like every day. There's no liquidation. Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, we're getting a bit of a pump here. Come on, Biddy. Push.
I'd love Biddy to break out now.
I think the first target's the top of the range there. Solana's struggling.
I know. But on the dip, it actually held up better than most alts. Well, on other exchanges, not mine. There's so much bad negative sentiment right now.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Even from the more experienced people, like it's still low.
Yeah, it definitely was the nastiest day in crypto so far.
I think FTX was worse for me because I had everything in Sol at that point.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, that would have sucked. But across the board, we had so high to fall with a lot of alts, you know? A lot of just like shit coins, meme coins, that kind of thing. And yeah.
I actually heard that if your coin wasn't like on a lot of exchanges, you did better because there wasn't
No
a
one to
lot of
sell. Yeah.
yeah. Always should use a stop loss and try and move your stop loss to break even. That way, if it goes bad, you should be safe.
Yep, take some profits and then move your stop loss up. And Dbloc's did a good one as it does its retest and heads back up. You put it up underneath the 50. And you got confirmation of it finishing above the 50 EMA, which does work pretty well.
Nicholas, that's up to you, but no one knows what's going to happen if it's going to go up or down. So if you're prepared to lose it, then go ahead.
It'd be nice to see it recover swiftly.
Most coins are up like 200% from the bottoms.
Mhm.
Dominance going up again.
Come back.
Well done to the people that shorted the crap out of today and were in shorts before it mattered. You know what I mean? So lucky.
Half,
Mm.
half of that's luck.
Yeah, I know, right? No one saw. Okay, maybe you saw a retracement coming, cool, but this level, hell no. I don't think
No,
anyone was saying this level of sell off like this. That was crazy.
I was thinking
That was unforeseen, I think.
114. That's what I was
Mm,
thinking. We broke 117. So, oh,
yeah.
we'll go down there, and then Avantis will drop down to 50 cents, and that'll be good.
Mm.
And then everything just went boom.
I think anyone that is claiming that they knew this was going to happen, they're either lying, they're kidding you, or they're kidding themselves. Like,
I know some people
they're
had
like,
insider information. There was someone
oh,
put
but that, yeah, oh, that's different. But I mean,
oh
technically, like technical analysts, I don't think
yeah,
anyone would have anticipated this. Because, as you said, it was a functional thing. Like people weren't able to get in and put orders below the falling price, so it just free fell. So that's like a function failure of the
yeah.
exchanges. Yeah.
The best example of that is Adam.
Hmm. Crazy. So, which exchange did it reach that low level on? Like Binance or?
Not sure.
Or was it just all of them? There wasn't enough people buying Atom on any across the board. So it just went right down on all of it. Damn. All I can say is thank God for stop losses because I would have been wiped out, man. I would have been wiped out.
I think it was Binance.
Hmm.
I uninstalled Binance. Gone. That's the end of that.
You see how BNB has been price discovering the last 2 weeks as well before all this mayhem?
Yep.
BNB was like a rocket ship. It's like the only thing that's been doing price discovery in the last month or two. Unless it was, apart from like the brand new coins that were just first hitting the scene, because they'll always go into price discovery. But yeah, for like a big established crypto in the top 20, Binance did very well. And it's like, I don't know, it seems like kind of suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if BNB keeps pumping
Oh,
all the money
yeah.
they took from Bitcoin.
I know. Yeah, they rinsed the market. And it's like, where are they going to put all that money?
Well, think about this. If you were with Binance and your whole portfolio just got liquidated because you couldn't access it, everyone's going to just be like, screw that. I'm going to go to someone else who I can access my funds
Competent.
when the shit
Yeah.
hits the fan.
That stays online during a crash. Yeah. So crazy. That's the risk with futures markets on any exchange. It doesn't matter which exchange. They've all got the same vulnerability, you know?
But you don't hear other exchanges that are non-crypto having this issue.
Right. As in like
So
Forex ones and like
Forex
stock
or
market.
the stock market, yeah. Like if the stock market has a big crash, the exchanges
Don't they
don't freeze
freeze it?
up. Well, they
Yeah, they
freeze the
pause the
action,
market.
but they don't freeze your trading. Like that, it doesn't lag up and freeze the systems. They
Oh
pause
yeah,
it.
yeah. The actual function of the interface. Yeah. Yeah, they have halts to allow people to react and get underneath it, which is great. I wish crypto did that. But
Oh,
no,
can you
sir.
imagine that? Everyone will lose their
Oh,
shit.
it, yeah.
Manipulation.
Well, it would. Yeah, it would take all the volatility away. That's the problem. And that's the beauty of crypto half the time is its volatility,
Yeah.
right?
My partner's
Yeah.
like, I'd invest in crypto, but it's too volatile. And I'm like, that's why you make the money.
Because it moves. Yeah. Moves big. Which means, dude, you can make a lot of money on spot. If you have enough money in spot, yes, like you don't need leverage. The market's wild enough. The market swings around enough to make money without leverage.
I'm very poor
But
at the moment.
yeah,
I'm
me
building
too.
a house. I'm building a house.
Oh, true.
All my money went into the house. So that $50
Yeah.
I put in that was my play money for the week.
Yeah. That's fair, bro. And to each
The
their own,
challenge to
hey?
try and
No shame.
challenge. Try and get that $50 up to a couple of hundred, and then
I remember when I was first involved in crypto in 2018, I think I had all of $300 in my, like, that was my account. And I was in this group and they were talking about, oh yeah, my 400,000, I've got this, oh, I'm going to put a deposit on a house and all this shit. And then they learned that I only had like 300 and they were, they were laughing at me. It was pretty, it's pretty embarrassing, but that's what you do when you're a complete green beginner. It's like, yeah, just play with a couple of hundred, if that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's you're learning the lessons and the
I remember when
activity of,
I started as
Mm.
last cycle before NFTs and all that, and I was just making money on BNB chain, and then
Yep.
Solana. I was
Mhm.
actually on a launchpad on BNB, and they opened up on Solana, and I was like, oh, so I discovered sold that way, and then I just sold everything on BNB and moved over. And
Yeah.
I got lucky that I got into some NFT project. I was like, had 500 NFTs, and everyone wanted one, and I bought 3 at about 8 SOL, and then I sold it for like 100 SOL and walked away 50 grand, and that was all luck, not skill, just luck.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, those stories are cool to hear. But it is possible. It is possible to extract
Yeah.
that amount of money from not much. Yeah.
you
If
guys
you're in the right place at the
have
right time.
you guys have an SMSF or
Nah,
No,
mine's with Australian Retirement Trust,
I've
which
been
used to
thinking about
I
be
it.
Sun Super.
just rolled all my super into an SMSF
That's
and
cool
put
because
it
then
in like Bitcoin. Yeah.
you can do it like
Yeah.
like a bigger portion in Bitcoin, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got
I should do
90% of
that.
it in. Oh,
Yeah.
definitely. It's easy to do too. And
Mhm. Hell
if you
yeah.
need a hand with it, I can point you in the right
Mm.
direction.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to stick mine in
Yeah, I
real
know.
estate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Or you
hopefully.
can actually buy real estate in your SMSF as well too. So
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. So it's way more flexible with
Yep.
SMS.
yeah, you can trade as much as you like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
You only pay 15% tax too on gains.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Mm,
in the first 12
beautiful.
months and then 10% after that.
Yeah, that's all right. Not bad at all. Yeah, I'll look into that.
And that for Americans, that's a 401k self-managed.
That's right.
Yeah, self-managed 401k instead of a investment fund or hedge fund doing it for you. You get to make the decisions on the asset. Pretty
Oh,
cool.
I think it's in America now. Is that right, or am I wrong there?
Don't know.
They,
What, superannuation?
yeah, their 401k.
Mm.
Sure, that was.
It's self-funded,
Yeah, but
so they have to put the money in themselves. So in Australia,
yeah,
the employer is forced to
it's
put money
permanent. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
mandatory in Australia.
in,
Ah,
whereas it's optional for the
Yep.
individual to put their own money in, and the employer may match some,
Mm.
but
It's
often not.
akin. 401k is like a blend of superannuation and salary sacrifice kind of thing, in a way. Is that right? And then the company matches what you sacrifice to the fund as well. Like
Sometimes,
they match something like that. Yeah.
generally
I
not,
guess
but
it
sometimes.
depends. Yeah. There was something, government scheme, first home buyers scheme or something, where they were offering something through super for Aussies buying their first home. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's still a thing or not.
I think you could take some of your super out and put it as a deposit for your
For a
house.
deposit. Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
don't think they do that anymore.
yeah. It has to be
Mm.
for a investment property, not to live in. I think.
No, this was for to
Ah,
live in. That was for the first
first
home
home
owners.
buyers grant.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
you
Right.
could use your own super, but I think it was specifically for that. But I don't think it's current. I think they stopped it.
It's probably an old scheme, yeah. There's definitely around because I used to work for Sun Super, which became Aussie Retirement Trust. And I was just in customer support. And yeah, there was that. We had to get our head around all the different schemes and things but to help people like, sign up to it if they wanted and all that stuff. But yeah, the government was like matching. You could what was it called? What was it called? A non-concessional contribution or something. If you contributed a certain amount, the government would match it up to a certain amount. If you were a low income earner or whatever. I don't know. It was something like that. That's pretty cool.
Yo,
Hello.
Yo.
Yo.
hi Rick.
Hey, what's up, man?
Doing good, doing good.
Good. We got
Yeah,
our Southern Hemisphere crew on. Or like our Eastern Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin
Time
has to
zone
go up
crew.
6K just to hit the 15-minute 200 average. That's
Let's go.
ready for the
I got
second
some.
dip.
I
I don't think
mean,
there
I'm
will be
out of
one.
everything right. I'm not even allocated to anything right now. I got stopped out.
Oh,
But
yesterday was perfect for me. I
hell yeah.
did a
I'm
nice
looking for
couple of trades.
I'm looking for a clearer picture on what's going to happen. Maybe next week I'll make a decision of whether I want to jump in on something or not. But right now it's like, I don't know. Going into the weekend, I'm not really that keen on getting stuck in something,
Yeah, it's always a
It's a
bit
long week.
sketchy.
It's a long weekend
Mm.
too, so it's can
Mm.
create even more problems.
Well done to the people that were able to buy like the pretty aggressive dip and either they're still holding it open or they took profit on it. Like that's great. If you were able, if your exchange let you do it,
Yesterday
there's
I
a lot of
grabbed the smaller
exchanges didn't.
decks on
Mm.
Jito, the altcoin. Grabbed it from 40 cents until 1.1. I made 36,000% in 4-5 minutes.
Nice.
Amazing.
Don't have to trade for the rest of the year then.
It was good for. It made some profits for like 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah, it was not the biggest trade, but it was a nice trade.
I don't see it going down. Like everyone who wants to buy has tried to buy, and everyone who missed out still wants to buy.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm hoping for that golden pocket retracement.
But what's going to push it down? Like to get it down that low that it went, you needed all the exchanges to freeze.
Mm.
Like
Fear and
to
greed is
bleed out,
also not good.
fear's all the way down. So I still think Max Payne is going straight up. What would screw with the most people going straight up 22?
And BlackRock was also selling a lot again yesterday.
Mm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 11.
Do talk. I did the same as Sol. All luck.
27 times 33 million of Bitcoin sold yesterday, 9 hours ago.
It's $1 billion, isn't it? Almost.
I saw 19 billion was wiped yesterday or today.
Yeah, all the coins on the daily are one big red candle. It's the Swan where we're waiting for. Does anybody know that Trump is going to speak today or later this weekend again, or this was it?
We don't need him to speak again.
Or are we waiting for a reply from China or something like that?
I think they already replied. I think it was 125% tariffs on American stuff or something like that.
The tax war has started.
a pity we can't do a poll right now and find out who's waiting for the Monday and who think it's going to go lower first. Because I reckon that's the vast majority of people, which means up, going
They're
up,
wrong.
going up would screw the most
Yeah,
people over.
you're
That's what I
right.
love.
Yeah.
That's what I love about polls. They
How,
go, oh, okay.
yeah. How stacked is the heat map? Like, how many people are short is what I'm curious about too. Like, have we got a lot of leverage above because a lot of people are now bearish and shorting.
You got two pockets on
Mm,
Dbloc charts from about 113 to 115, maybe
yeah.
116, and then you got a gap up from 122 up.
Mm-hmm.
So if the market making can just push us a bit higher, it would, I don't know, it's probably set it off. But I don't know if we can go all the way.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for all the moving averages to catch up with the lower price so I can start building momentum up. Like Sol's dip happened 16 hours ago and it still hasn't crossed the 5-minute 200 moving average.
I'm off to bed, gentlemen. We'll see you guys
Good night.
after. See what I can see what we wake up to tomorrow.
You'll probably have a nightmare, wake up and have to check your phone. How many people are opening shorts now? Thinking we're going to go down again?
Zcash is my new best friend, man. That thing. Been trading that for what? God, I don't even know how long now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, man, and God, did better than I did all year on that one token. Stop. And I didn't even have that much in it either. That's what.
F 帮我有喜欢吗？Yüzünden patrol hem Nunca datang suatu
What's up, beautiful people? Weekend trap in the making, huh? Playing out just the way it's supposed to, I guess.
Yo, I think we're going for a small dip over here.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think we're going to go for a golden cross. All the others did a small fake out.
That's interesting because my ult is just sitting there. So I'm taking a look now at everything else. Rafik in YouTube is asking if somebody can explain what the weekend trap entails.
Weekend trap is trying to trap as liquidity as it's possible because of the CME close and the CME opening. Between those two, the market maker likes to keep the cash on the same place. So everybody is in position, or the longs or the shorts.
There you go. Yeah, basically, from the way Dbloc explains is when the market closes Friday, like the stock market, the market makers kind of want to keep the same price point so that when it opens back up on Monday, it's as close as possible to that point. And all the other market makers could kind of be on the same routine, same regime, same page. They won't be stepping on each other's toes.
And sometimes we leave a CME gap, but normally between 7 days tops, we retrace back to it. Try to catch that CME gap.
Yeah. And market makers could lose control if the whales push price a certain way. So it's not always guaranteed, but it does play out most of the time. It's beautiful because once I actually learned what it was, I was able to make some good money on the weekends. I loved it. It was my favorite time to trade.
I find it a little bit slow in the weekend. There's no volatility.
Yeah, but there's always those points where it just gets juicy, you know?
Indeed.
And then coming out of a weekend trap, by the way. So usually there's either a false move up or a false move down. And that's followed with a 3-day reversal.
But from what I heard before, they're going to stop it closing in the weekend. So there will not be any more a weekend trap.
Yeah. That's one thing we'll lose.
A lot of money makers are going to lose their easy money.
Well, we still got it for the time being, so
I don't know when it's going to disappear.
Yeah, bro. I was seeing this thing play out last night before I went out for dinner. I gotta say, man, I was happy to be here for it.
Yeah, me too. I was. For me, it's the fourth black swan that I have seen personally. I was trading in it also. The first three got me liquidated, or almost, if you know what I mean. But this one I could catch like, oh, I made a lot of money yesterday.
Yeah, I overheard you saying that yesterday. So if you don't mind me asking, what would you say was the biggest change this time to give you that outcome?
So it's almost, if you heard the chat yesterday, it was quite noisy. So everybody was like, there was one guy that started recently trading. He's saying that he's doing it for a long time, but you can hear on the voice that it's not like that, if you know what I mean. So at this moment, we all know it retraces, it could go like back to 95, 92, something like that.
On
But
Bitcoin, right?
yeah. But we all know after a big drop, it retraces about 50% back from the drop. So I was waiting until the volatility catches back in. Just took a nice long, and we catched one of the alts on its lowest. So the thing is, what I learned from Dbloc was keep the noise away and look at the charts. And the moment everybody is looking at the charts, but the moment that everybody was scared and stuff like that, I just went into a nice trade, catch the bottom, took my profits, and pulled it back out. Did it 2 times. Because normally now we are going to do a false move back down. Maybe not in a couple of hours, but we should do a false move down. And it's the second wick of this black swan, and then that's a nice entry point for the longs. So, but if you don't have it multiple times, if you don't have seen it multiple times, yeah, how do I say it? I think the stress is always there because you see everything dropping and you think that it does not go back up.
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic, but truthfully, I don't think it was as bad as it could have been. You know,
No,
that like
it's
D had
quite,
that shit on lock, and everybody
yeah,
was just kind of like, I mean, we were all in shock and awe, like it was happening. You know what I mean? Like we're just seeing what was going on. But I think it was everybody just kind of narrating, like just speaking out loud more than freaking out for the most part, for most people,
yeah.
which
Two
was
weeks
really nice to
ago,
see.
I was asking for it. Like I was asking Dbloc, hey Dbloc, like it's bull market, I know it, but we didn't get the black swan yet. We're like, normally before the big run, it always appears. It's a wipeout for everybody, and we had it in September, a small wipeout, but it's not as big as the one we had yesterday. And every time we need it before we take a nice rip. And look, 2 weeks later, it's there.
Yeah,
I'm all in. Let's go. They can't
let's
take me
fucking
out.
go. Let's freaking go. Hello.
The big man.
No, but me, I mean, I was watching Thread Guy's stream when he was streaming live with CZ Binance, and I was looking at Binance's reflection on his glasses on CZ. He was wearing his glasses. He had a lot of screens in front of him, and guess what? My hunch, this is my opinion, is that CZ was the main catalyst once again of the wipeout. He did it before with FTX. He's no stranger to the game. He comes on the timeline with sad excuses like, I was on an interview. I was this. And even the day before, I was in Bahrain before Aster got wiped. He's got automated bots. He's got people working for him. He's got things happening. And during the interview, that's when the wipeout was happening. I was watching his face, and I can see his saliva dripping down his mouth. He was just getting so happy and trying to control his excitement. He was keeping it clean and clear and very crisp, but he was over there. He was going crazy inside, and I could see it every time he'd look down to the screen. His mouth would water some more. He'd have to lick his lips. He'd like rub his hands. Like just these little small gestures that you know this dude is shorting the market after he did some funny stuff with Wintermute. I mean, CZ, dude, he is shiesty. Everyone's trying to blame Justin Sun. Yeah, Justin Sun's shiesty, but CZ is capital shiest master. I mean, he even did some time. People are like, oh, he did some time just for Bank Secrecy Act. No, he did some time for some bigger things that kind of went under the table. But that's just my 100% opinion that this whole dump was a CZ created the catalyst for it, and he did it all undercover, and it's all gravy.
It's crazy.
CryptoFace is blaming Binance for it. Also, the dip from September, he's claiming it's Binance.
Yeah, man, Binance, they do shiesty stuff, and they have the servers. When things go parabolic, they barely ever go down like that. But yesterday, they went down. A lot of things, people's stop losses didn't get triggered. Now they're back in the timeline saying, if you had problems, please reach out to us. We're doing the best to reimburse our customers. That's just damage control. Like Binance, dude, they're super shady. CZ, super shady. This is just my opinion. Put them back to jail.
I'm gonna say I'm looking for the name because I watched the video, but I can't remember. Richard Tang. Or Arthur Hayes.
Oh yeah, Arthur Hayes. Well, Arthur Hayes, he's been getting wrecked left and right. Like he was telling people Bitcoin was going back to 100K. He was right. We got close to it, but the problem was he backed out of his decision when he told people it was going down. Once we started climbing back above 115, we made it towards 120. He got back in position, so he lost about 10% of position of his Bitcoin holdings, and then he doubled down at the top, thinking we were going up. And now we dumped again. This guy lost about 30% of his Bitcoin holdings, and he's still on the timeline talking gibberish. But it's, it's obvious. Even guys like Arthur Hayes are getting wrecked left and right, and they're still trying to do damage control on Twitter, being so confident on their tweets. But if you look at their wallets right now, they have about 30 to 40% less Bitcoin than they did because they got wrecked.
So from what I could get out of the video of CryptoFace, it's like Richard Tang is a new CEO of Binance, and he also wrecked a lot of people on the old broker. I don't know the name anymore. And suddenly Richard Tang is in the play of Binance starting September. And that's when the first Black Swan happened, the small one. And now the big one happens when he's fully in corporation. So something with this guy, Richard Tang, it's a Chinese man. Maybe you have to, you're better in
Is that what you're talking about? They're writing about it in chat. They're saying that users who suffered losses can go for a compensation request.
No.
No, yeah, they did say that, but they're not going to give people compensation because they're going to say it was due to price action. And there's even disclaimers they have. So even if your stop losses don't get triggered, there's disclaimers on these exchanges that, during times of volatility, not all stop losses may get triggered. And you have to know that when you're signing up to it. They're saying they're going to pay some back if some things happen, like, I don't know, if they can prove that it wasn't their error. But that's going to be tough.
Yeah, that's wild. Now, I wonder if that does fall through at some extent, how would it work for the people that should have been liquidated that didn't, right? Because I heard a lot of people had price fly right past their liquidation point, but they were still locked in. Like, I guess because it happened so quick, I guess.
Well,
So now,
that usually happens. They get liquidated a little bit lower. That happens. Sometimes they'll their stop loss would be at, let's say, 20. And instead of it, doing everything at 20, you'd get triggered at 14 because of the parabolic activity.
right. But I guess what I'm saying is, can you imagine they come back and say, oh, like this was supposed to be liquidated, so we're going to have to close
that
this.
would suck. Yeah,
Can
I'd
you
make sure I
imagine?
take my money and run, like get out of there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dip sweat if you made something.
You never know with
But
these
what I
guys,
did,
man.
man, I got wrecked because WLFI was the first one to go, and that's why I also think there's some insider trading happening. If you look, the first thing that dipped was WLFI. I had a big position in it, and it happened even before the tweet, before the announcement with the tariffs. And there's some insider. Somebody opened up $100 million short about 2 minutes right before the announcement with the tariffs. And there were some connections with WLFI supposedly too. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some insider things going on with that. Maybe Eric Trump, maybe someone connected to Eric Trump. open up that short. But it's kind of shady,
That's
that
exactly what I said yesterday. that's
yeah,
exactly that was the first thing of all the alts that I had playing yesterday on leverage. That was the one that like right before everything else, but I had a wick down that liquidated me that I didn't even see coming, and then the rest
yeah,
of my coins went down. So
yeah.
it was crazy.
So that's my hunch. Just because WLFI was the first thing to dip, there was some insider action, and not only that, it was the first thing to dip, and it dipped before the announcement of the tariffs, and it wasn't just a dip. I mean, it got hit. You guys heard me. I was on there like, guys, I just got wrecked, and that was before things were getting wrecked. And people were just like, yeah, Drew's used to getting wrecked, whatever. But then, like about 3 minutes later, 4 minutes, that's when everything really started happening. So me, if I had to make a bet, it was a mixture of both. Three things. There was three components that caused the catalyst yesterday. One was CZ and Binance. Number two was Wintermute, and number three was whoever opened up that $100 million short and did some manipulation right before the announcement, which probably was inside the Trump camp. That's my
Sorry, man. Sorry, man. I just couldn't leave it.
But me, I'm crazy, and I bought some more Fartcoin. I think this market's a mess, and Fartcoin is the epitome of this market. And I think Fartcoin is actually going to leave people in the gas.
I mean, yeah, the prices we see on all these alts, bro, just hard to resist entry, right?
Dude, Fartcoin got wrecked. Fartcoin was trading a few weeks ago at $1.20. It dropped down to like 20 cents. I scooped up. My new average is around 3.435 right now on Fartcoin. But I'm looking at that. I'm gonna get back in WLFI, but not just yet. I'm waiting for some things to play out, and I think Fartcoin's gonna move first right now.
I honestly want to see some a second dip.
Yeah, it's possible that Bitcoin's going to do another second dip. Usually, these things don't happen. Like a big dip like that could be foreshadowing for the bigger dip, right?
Oh, imagine.
It happens before, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does happen. But I'm hoping it doesn't happen, and that we've hit a local bottom here on at least the alts. Hopefully, if Bitcoin does take another dip, it's not going to take the alts down with it like it did last time. I think last time it wasn't just Bitcoin taking the market down. It was active Binance, because they have so many positions and so many meme coins and so many alts that they were able to do some things like that. And, even influential players like Justin Tron. There's people right now like looking up Arkham Intelligence and saying that Justin Tron had a little bit to do with this too. Who knows, man? It's just like, it smells like China to me.
Honestly, back in the days, it was always 3 dips like this in a row, 3 times. So, and the first one was the small one, the middle one was the biggest one, and then a small big at the end, a small dip in the end. But man, it's a long time ago that it happened. It's a long time.
Yeah, Wavy Doge says, and North Korea. That's possible because North Korea, they've been hacking a lot of the Lazarus group. They got a lot of crypto, a lot of alts too. You never know.
Yeah, indeed,
China,
it was some
Korea.
first USA, Trump, or one of the presidents, and then Korea that followed the second big dip. Indeed.
Yeah, right.
What's interesting is if Bitcoin does manage to get over that 119.5 area, and because tomorrow is the end of the weekly, right? So if it manages to get over that and we don't have a close under this, then technically all this would just be a deviation if you zoom out, right? Deviation to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, let's say just speaking strictly of Bitcoin and Ethereum, right now, I think Bitcoin and Ethereum lost that extra fluff that it had, and it got trimmed down to its proper fair value, fair price, fair market price. I think for the time we're at right now, I think, 100, 110 area is a little more fair market value of Bitcoin than 125, 130. And that's just by looking at the macro. So same thing with Ethereum, just like by the way you see the macro low, it's the fair market price should be closer to 3,000 and 4,000 in my opinion. Even though we're ultra bullish, it still seems like these are the fair market values right now, and this is what was needed to bring prices back into a normal territory. So, even if we get another dip, I think that another dip, if we go below 100K, it will spring us back right back over after the dip is over, and 100K is going to solidify and bring more confidence to the market once you see that, hey, we went through hell, 100K is still holding, alts might start moving again. That's what I'm hoping for.
I've got a fib extension to the 1618, which is exactly where it hit yesterday from where we were at. So I've got a similar one on my chart right now. That has it down at like almost 99. So I mean, there's always that possibility. It makes that big move to that next lower end. I'm really hoping that that you're right, that it just needed to do that correction and rebalance itself. Because I mean, they're like I said, a lot of fluff.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I see 98 also, man. It's I've mentioned it a couple of times. 98 is a nice number to catch on. Just underneath the 100 mark and directly catch back up over.
I'll be right back.
Oh, Drew Bounce, what's about to drop?
Oh, I'm still here.
It's still the keyword? Still working like that, like back in the days?
Well, no, if I was going to make a tea or some pumpernickel bread, those are the key words that, might have to change.
Oh, okay. Because back in the days it was I will be right back.
When I first started listening to this channel, I'd always make a note in my notebook anytime you were Dbloc, would say you were heading out. Like, what happened after that?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny.
There's a few people I've put markers on. Anytime they call along, I throw a short.
Or vice versa, right? When they call it
Yeah,
short.
there's a couple of those too. There's a couple of bearish people I like bidding against, but I swear it's the bullish people that I can count on the most.
Watch out if Zusi is going to waddle with his dog, because then
Yeah, that's very bullish. When Zusi walks his dog, that's bullish.
Zusi. I haven't seen him in a while.
I think a lot of people made a lot of money counter trading my rockets.
Hey, they were on point in the beginning when I first joined the channel.
I mean, you can still have rockets. Usually retracement happens after rockets, so it's all good. The rockets should be a signal to take profit or to expect a downfall, because once you see the rockets, those are usually the blow off tops, the wicks, like the top hits, It's not like you don't get rockets at the bottom when you're accumulating. You get rockets at the top when you're taking profit.
That's a really good point to make, because I'm sure that could be confusing to some people, because it really is. You get those volume spikes, it's like it's gonna have to retest.
Yeah.
And we just need an indicator to try to understand you guys.
I guess, I mean, sometimes I would mix it up and I'd say profits, rockets, but basically they're the same thing.
I always, anytime you say that, I just look at the awesome oscillator and I determine whether it's above or below. Because I mean, if you say rockets when it's above that MA, then it usually takes right off. But if it's below, then it's usually just trying to find its way back to the average.
I like that. But yeah, I think for the bulls, they should be looking for 110 psychological to hold. Hopefully, it's trying. We got a nice bounce right on 111. Or no, it was 110 actually. So probably going to retest it again. Hopefully not, but that's what I'm hoping for. The 110 holds and some of these mid caps, higher cap alts start pushing.
Well, I see a lot of the higher level alts are like trying to break through right now.
Yeah.
I got my first bullish divergence on the 1 hour on Bitcoin at like 3 this morning. So like a bit, if I would have been up in the middle of the night, I probably would have taken that bet. But it's as long as it stays above that point that it shows from 3 a.m., that was my marker where I put my stop loss at 110, 500 or something. So hopefully that holds.
I think it's going to be an interesting weekend going into Monday.
That's one way to put it.
Let's see what solution they come out with. See S&P maybe break all-time highs. I'm gonna grab some
Say a
coffee.
petition to
Be right
break
back.
up BlackRock like they did Standard Oil 100 years ago. Like, hey man, you guys are making too many big decisions too fast. Wrecking everybody. No, I saw all the stock exchange, all the ones that were up, like Nvidia and Google and all them, all the executives took profits yesterday too, right before that drop. Because then Nvidia dropped like 7%. Made me glad I hold metals. They didn't go nowhere.
Oh, just one big dip. It's nothing more that I'm asking for. Just halving everything. It's all good.
That's it. It sucks to look at how big that dip is, but then look at the macro chart and realize it's still in the same uptrend. Like, oh God. That's
To
soul
give
crushing. When in doubt, zoom out. That's what somebody told me when I first started doing the leverage stuff. Like, make sure you're not just looking at them short terms. Go way out. Make sure your triggers are happening on them longer ones, because if you're seeing something bullish or bearish on them short terms and you don't look up at what it's doing at the top, man, you're just bidding against yourself.
And if you zoom out on Bitcoin, you actually can see that nothing really happened. We're still hanging. It's like it was market manipulation 100%. Because even with the thin order books that we saw, for Doge, which is what was it, like $140 billion market cap coin, to stretch down all the way to what, 70 billion or something like that. On an order book like Binance, someone was set up for that, because the order book somehow coincidentally thinned out right before the drop. Like, there's too many things that came together, the ingredients for a drop like this to wipe out the alt market that happened, that only a few people on this planet could have some kind of access to controlling something like that. And that's mostly the guys behind Binance. I mean, they have access to seeing these order books before the orders get took. They see everything was locked in. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious that this was super 100%. Of course, everything's manipulated because that's just the market, the nature of the beast. But this was like precision manipulation, I think, that happened right there for the order books to be thinned out that much on the alts. And even Ethereum got thinned out, but not as much. Bitcoin and Ethereum, their order books were strong. There was a lot of selling. But as you can see, Bitcoin barely did anything. It had like, what was it, 15% max drop, not even 10%. So it's obvious that somebody was playing around that was able to play around, and we got to have our guards up for things like that, especially with the alts for now on. So people that are trading leverage, man, you're never going to be safe. Even with a 2x leverage, you're not safe out here on these alts. Maybe on Bitcoin, maybe on Ethereum, but nothing is safe in my opinion anymore, straight up, like especially with leverage.
Just do the under $1 million cap coins, and then they barely move anyway.
Yeah.
Say that whole wreck, I had a coin called ACH that I just was goofing around with, and I lost $3 on it in that whole drop. Like, man, these things don't move at all.
Yeah, man, I was shocked for a second. I live in the countryside, and there was a pheasant who flew his dead into my window. What a big animal on my window. It's not almost a turkey, if you know what I mean. Shit.
Yo, GoPro, I was trading Zcash since you've been sucking on your mom's titties, so chill with that.
Oh, shit.
All these people excited because they bought the top of Zcash.
Just shorted.
It's like people all of a sudden they know what's up in the market because they see Ansem tweet Zcash, and every person streaming has a Zcash logo on the bottom of the stream. Why? Because they paid the KOLs to dump on your heads, and this is the top, guys. I'm sorry. Zcash isn't going that much higher. You got the run you wanted. Everybody that was in Zcash took profits. People that just got in Zcash are about to get wrecked. I'm sorry. It's just how the cookie crumbles, guys. In my opinion, you want to look at things that really got wrecked and that have volume, that have that market, market mind share, that have got wrecked. You want to buy that red. You don't want to buy that green. And Zcash, if you zoom out, is still up in the green. Bitcoin's a different scenario. Yeah, it's in the green, but Bitcoin's Bitcoin. But that's what Zcash did. And there's a tweet that I saw from like 2021 or 2020. It was like, when Zcash pumps, be careful because it could be the end of a cycle. And that happened. Last time Zcash pumped, it was the last top of Bitcoin. History doesn't repeat, but it sometimes rhymes. I hope that's not the case this time, because Zcash definitely ran. But this isn't the first time that Zcash ran. If you look last time Bitcoin topped out, check out Zcash historical chart, and you'll see it had a very nice run. And by the way, people that think that Zcash, that mixing technology works, MIT put out an essay that actually explains how there is no mixing technology that can create a blank paper trail. Like, everything that's mixed digitally has a paper trail, including Monero, including Zcash. And just look it up. MIT, they did a very interesting study, and it's technically impossible. I mean, they can mix it to the average Joe, but once you get a crypto straight up like detective, Cypher, what do they call cyber investigator, those guys that have FBI, whatever tools and resources, they can figure out where the crypto is coming from. And these things like Zcash and Monero, they're actually more dangerous because people think they have the privacy that they don't have, and they're more like setup traps, So I still think they're all traps. And I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI or CIA was behind Monero and Monero and Zcash, or had some kind of insiders in there, just so they can create something like that to make people think their stuff is, is anonymous. It's new. There's always going to be a digital footprint, no matter how much you mix it, because once it's in the digital realm, even unless you erase everything, you put a magnet to the hard drive and just then you can erase your trail. But that's pretty much the only way.
I see McDonald's is about to bring back the Monopoly game in hopes that it's going to save them from their rising prices and crappy food.
Yeah, you might as well eat at a restaurant now with the prices they got, right?
Right. Tried to eat at Arby's recently, and I haven't eaten fast food in ages, and it ended up costing us like $70 for the 4 of us to eat at Arby's. I'm like, this is stupid. We could have gone across the parking lot and had a steak.
Yep. I still think Doge is going to have another push pretty soon.
I'm waiting for that marker on my RSI. I got the one on Bitcoin, like I said, at 3 a.m., but I have not seen one on Doge at all yet since that bottom. Since that wick down, like not one. It's not showing up anywhere.
It's good. A lot of whales, they didn't get shook out of Doge. Like, I was checking out Doge chain. I'm just checking out the wallets, and the principal wallets are usually like the ones that have the really nice spread out distributed positions. They're 100% intact.
Jeez,
What's that?
that's a strong coin. It's had a following for so long, so it's like there's
Yeah.
always something on balance there. I mean, I've been holding for years, and I mean, it's frustrating watching a bunch of other crap coins fly up past it all the time. But at the same time, I know what they're working towards with it. Plus, it's a coin and not a
Yeah.
token. So
Yeah. No, it's been in the top 10 nonstop. Like it's just been hanging out. Like, hey guys, I'm still here. Ha ha ha. It's the only meme coin that's been able to do that. You know, it's basically the only meme coin really in the top 10.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello. Is there anybody out there?
Yeah. So considering that was like the largest liquidation event in crypto history, there's no way it happens back to back, right?
Well, yeah, the market can happen back to back because if it was manipulated and the order books were thinned out on purpose to create some of those scam wicks to liquidate, that means we can zoom out and just pretend nothing happened and look at Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's kind of the main guide of everything what's going on, even Ethereum. And if you look at the weekly or monthly, we can still dip, but we can still pump. So I think we should act like really nothing happened. It was a tweet that was a catalyst, and then extra manipulation after, not the tweet, but the announcement. But of course, I think a lot of people right now are expecting another big dip. People are very scared. They're shook out. There's a lot of fear. People aren't in position. A lot of whales right now in Bitcoin are sitting on the sideline.
I just think like because I'm trying to gauge the odds of what is the odds of X altcoin dropping another 50% again, considering that it only happened the first time because it was a perfect storm of liquidations and like a tipping point event.
Well, they say lightning never strikes twice in the same place, right? But right now, since we're, in the next day, anything could happen right now. Even if something happened yesterday, the market's so sick and twisted and it loves max pain that nothing should surprise you. And if it did happen today, we should have our guards up for a dip for, Bitcoin to dip down to 90K. And basically for us to get another 40%, 30% hit. I think that's the way you should approach it defensively, but then on the other end of the spectrum, have your bullish scenario too. Like, okay, I'm going to say there is a what if scenario where we go down to 90K, but there's also a bullish scenario. We hold this 110 and we start pumping towards all-time highs by Sunday, by tomorrow or Monday. There's that possibility. That's how crazy this market is. So there's no, right answer. I think it's more probable for us to hold these levels than to dump again. That's just what I'm betting on, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did dump again.
I think it's based off of the event that happened yesterday, based off what Trump said, and considering the fear that's in the market right now, I think it's at like fair value. But I think it'll start pricing in higher with interest rate cuts coming and lost my train of thought. And negotiations for the tariffs, because it's not likely that this 100% tariff goes into effect at all, actually, if you look into it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It could just be, it's right now, it could be just talk, and like people.
It is just talk.
Yeah, it's nothing really official. It hasn't been signed in. So it's probably just another tactic, and it's basically Trump playing chess right now.
Look at this. I'm going to read you something. On Polymarket, yes, there's only $40,000 in volume, but 100% tariff on China in effect by November 1st, 28% chance. So it's not even more probable than not than it goes into effect.
Interesting.
I can share that link if you want it.
I mean, that's what makes me scratch my head like, okay, so Trump's playing here, hey, daddy, are you going to make that announcement tomorrow? Well, son, I think I might have to, so just be prepared. Okay, daddy, I'm going to go open up this $100 million short real quick on Bitcoin. I'm going to drop WLFI real quick also. Yay.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what they did. I do the same thing, so.
You're right.
I'll be right back.
All right, see you later.
Big sells.
Where?
Jito. Okay, maybe it's not that big. Sorry. Bitcoin is going to have a sell-off, I think so also.
That's why. I want to see this thing hit 300. Hmm, Oh, God. Ridiculous. God. That dump must have wiped everybody out. Wow.
When I started walking doggo glasses, I needed a website.
You guys be prepared. Bitcoin might hit 104 again. Keep in mind, Black Swan event gives you two possible entries: the low and then the higher low.
What's up, everyone? Anyone here?
Well, I am. I just saw this very interesting take. I don't remember his name, but there is not going to be an all-time high for Bitcoin and Ethereum.
I don't know, man.
He shorted
a
the
lot of
market
days.
legit. I think he made a video, like not even, I think 5 hours before the drop happened. Like spot on.
Yeah, man. Right now, nothing is clear. It's all just all over the place.
down. It's going back up. Why? Back over 60. Jeez.
What's going on, chat? Top of the morning.
What up, big boss?
Chilling, man. Looks like we held it down together tonight. Last night. That's pretty good.
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Dbloc. I don't think it's the morning anymore.
It's 4 o'clock for you, maybe.
It's definitely not the top of the morning.
The top of my morning.
Almost bedtime for me.
Hey guys, what's up?
We got some aggressive selling going on right now.
Let's go.
Yeah, 110. Huh?
Dominance is popping.
Yeah,
I
dominance.
need to go try to.
Thick.
I need to go try to find some more money, man, because I put like almost just about every penny in.
What the hell have you been doing all morning? Since you've been up for so long.
Well, I never said I was. No, that's for
Should have
real
been the
though.
first thing you did this morning. Get to the bag. Dominance is popping up here, though.
No, I haven't really been up that one. But yeah, you are right though. You do have a good point. That was a good that was a good touche.
I slept like a boss. Needed
You
that
guys
shit.
did see that news yesterday, right? Where Trump was thinking about pardoning CZ before the crash.
Pardoning him for what? He already did his time.
I mean, giving him a presidential pardon. I don't know.
But he's not in jail.
Who?
CZ.
Not anymore. He just wants an opportunity to say, "See, if I was in there, you would have never gone to jail. You would never seen a day inside a prison. I swear, you would never let that happen to you."
Stop dumping Bitcoin.
Trump was
Yo,
smart. He'd
D.
start pointing fingers and start blaming that shit on CZ and take some of the heat off of himself.
Yeah.
Guys, we were talking about a big whale shorting that had a short position of 42 million or something like that. Is that the same
420
whale that?
million.
How much?
420.
Is that the same guy that took his 3,000 Bitcoin from his wallet and sold it?
That went to mute.
No. This guy's the top whale on Hyperliquid. He's like basically the richest whale on Hyperliquid. That's why everybody watches him.
No. Then I read something else. It was about a guy who had a very old wallet, 3K Bitcoin. He sold that one, and that money he used to short.
Yeah.
Went to mute. Added a bunch of funds where people are that dumb too.
So
Yeah, here's the news. Before the crash, President Trump considers pardoning CZ. I guess it's probably wiping his slate clean, like all his charges and everything.
funny. CZ's probably like, nah, bro.
I don't know. It just seems fishy right before the crash, like a few hours before the crash. And Binance was, I don't know, like it's exchange that probably made money.
Probably planned.
Pardon this.
Crime is illegal, guys. Just get used to it and figure out where to stand to make some money.
Speaking of which, everything's out of fair value, or like I mean, if not undervalued. I feel like these are those times where it's like everything's gonna go to complete shit and go to zero, or this is as low as everything goes. Really, this is a sort of area, and then we like never goes lower again.
My favorite conspiracy or my favorite explanation for what happened yesterday was this random guy on Twitter with like no viewers really, and he said, he said 2025 bear market started and ended in 45 minutes. New bull market,
Yeah.
brand new bull market ahead.
Didn't the bull market run by that definition? Because all the coins from their bottom are up like
That's
what,
what I'm
300,
saying. It's like you took a bear market and you squeezed it into 15 minutes.
I get it. I get it now.
And then the bull market came afterwards because Jupiter was up like 212% in like an hour. So
No, Kane. It changes some of the price targets, obviously, but it shouldn't change the ROI. Meaning, if your coin was at 10 and you were shooting for 150 and it went down to 3, probably still not shooting for that same 150, but going down to 3 gave you multiples on top of what you wouldn't have gotten if you were at 10. So multiple wise, it should be the same. But some of the top targets on some of these alts that got absolutely slaughtered could be shifted down a little bit. You would need a DEX that you could bridge to, or a Bitcoin wallet that lets you exchange in the wallet itself, like Unisat or something like that. Yeah, Kane, if I didn't think we were going to see another ATH, I would be out of the market at this point.
yeah, I had a discussion with Static last. Well, he kind of gave like a presentation with some TA, but he thinks that there's a chance that the cycle could be over.
Of course it is.
Like sort of yesterday, and I was like, man, I'm like, I get where you're coming from, but I don't believe it.
Time-wise, the earliest end of the cycle would have been yesterday. That's why people freaked out. Time-wise. But you have to ignore every other metric, right? You can't track these bull markets and bear markets by just one thing. Like when this happens, that means that this is it. It's like, oh, it's a bunch of things that has to happen at the same time, that has to line up at the same time.
So do you think people are gonna like realize that that wasn't the end and they're gonna jump back in and that's what's actually gonna push us up to the top?
That's how it always works, right? They hesitate to get in, they get fudded out, they don't believe it until you break all-time highs, and then they buy the tops, and then they get dumped on, and we do it all again until it's over. It
Crypto's a
sucks, but that's how
scam.
it works. Like your traders, right? It's like your level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 traders. Level 5 traders always think crypto's a scam. Because every time they buy in, they end up getting taken profit on, and they end up getting wrecked.
Level 1 is the key.
Yeah, because I think most people believe that crypto is a get rich quick scheme, and they don't take it as investing like the other markets as well.
I don't know, it's like they come for the volatility, but then they let the volatility convince them it's a scam. It's like, that's why you're here.
It's only
Yeah, where you
frustrating if
think
you're on futures or if you're all in on spot and like in the red. That's the only time it's really frustrating. But like if you're not on futures and you were looking to buy anyway, then this is a blessing. Assuming you have a chunk
Or
of change sitting around.
if you weren't on futures, this is the time to sell.
What? Sell? Why would you
I
sell
mean,
right now?
example would be like Solana, right? Like it went all the way down to like 130, I mean, I'm buying here, but I'm just saying, like, the opposite to that is like it went down to like 130, so there's a chance that it can go back down to like 140, 130. Your entries at like 190. Might as well just sell here, right?
Well, even if there was a bear market that started right now, like I think things would still have a dead cat bounce up to like a more appropriate area. But like I mean that's the thing. So like the altcoins, a lot of them never really left a bear market. They had like they've had their each individual like little isolated bear markets, and then a lot of them haven't even broken out of it. So if you're like cherry picking altcoins, you can take like Solana. It's like, yeah, okay, like something like Solana might have sort of topped out already for the cycle, or like even Bitcoin or whatever. But then it's like if you're waiting for the rotation, then the rotation usually goes right into the major
Yesterday
top
was
altcoins
illegal. Yesterday
first
wasn't a
anyway.
scam, guys. If you go to Burger King and you're eating in Burger King and two guys come in and rob the Burger King, you don't leave Burger King saying Burger King is a scam, right? Oh, these burgers, bro, these burgers are a scam. No, somebody came in and robbed the Burger King while you were eating.
What are you
CZ
what
is
are
a
you referring to
criminal.
with that analogy?
CZ is
So
a
what do you
criminal and
have
needs to
more?
be investigated. But it
Do
doesn't
you
make
have
doesn't
more?
make Burger King a scam. Doesn't make crypto a scam.
Do you have more of the story or like more information? Because on what happened?
Yesterday, yeah, everything's pretty much sussed out. We had Trump come in and set the negative tone. We had BlackRock once again sell off for the fourth day in a row. Right, this is what created the fuel for the fire. The 36 million over and over and over and over and over, like 26 times. Right, then we had Binance have their overflow alarms go off and zero out smaller accounts, meaning smaller exchanges. That's why people couldn't get on crypto.com. That's why people had trouble getting on Coinbase. That's why people had trouble buying anything back on the dip. So Trump news screwed up sentiment. BlackRock screwed you by dumping into a liquidity drop. Because remember, they dropped. BlackRock started selling here, right? Into that liquidity. First 3 days went sideways. First 3 days of BlackRock sales. Right? We dropped, but it wasn't anything extreme. Right? And then the news came. As the news comes, exchanges and market makers clear the order book because they're not trying to get caught in the volatility, which gives you a thin order book. Now you've got a thin order book as BlackRock is selling, as global liquidity is coming down for the first time on the 9th. The difference between yesterday's drop and the day before was that one was backed by global liquidity on the way up, one was backed by global liquidity on the way down. So as BlackRock sold all of that Bitcoin, it cascaded liquidation events, which then decimated the empty order book and gave us massive candles down to zeros on some. Atom went down to frickin' zero. It's just how illiquid the altcoin market was at the time because of what happened and who took advantage of it. The perfect storm. But that doesn't make crypto a scam. That makes crypto vulnerable to people with money that want to rob, which is something that we should address. But that doesn't make crypto a scam.
But what
You
is
just
it you're
got
thinking that
you just
CZ
got
did
robbed.
specifically?
What happened?
So what was it that you think CZ did specifically that
CZ cleared all the books on exchanges. Binance supports the order books on smaller exchanges that are centralized. Even crypto.com has Binance orders on its books. Right? This is why you couldn't get into these exchanges because there was no liquidity. So instead of worrying that they let people trade and they can't afford to pay what you won, right, that it drains their liquidity, they shut down access. That's the excuse, right? But when you look at what Binance did, it wasn't just the shutting down access and the clearing the books. They removed all the buy orders from the bottom. They removed all the limit orders at the bottom. So not only were you not able to get filled, not only were you not able to take profit on your short in some places, but you couldn't even buy back in until price had already corrected.
Dbloc, that's where I cannot wrap my brain around what happened. And if we couldn't, because I'm sitting there listening to you and you're trying to get into crypto.com, I'm trying to get into my exchanges. If none of us or the majority of us can't get in, then how did it get bought up so quickly?
On exchanges that could, dexes were good. Any exchanges that aren't connected to Binance were absolutely fine, like Blowfin,
I was trying to get into
MXC.
Blowfin. Blowfin was not fine.
Oh no, you couldn't get in?
I could not get into my Blowfin account,
That's
and then
weird. I know people who
then,
caught trades on Blowfin. But yeah, I mean,
I
it's
was good on
high
Finex.
volume. High volume is always going to have its own issues, right? The problem is that these exchanges will use that excuse. Oh, it's just a lot of volume, and we couldn't handle the volume. It's like, yeah, that, or you're worried about not being able to pay everybody off, which means that you're hiding insolvency issues.
exactly, and
Yeah,
that's what
which
happened on
was
Blowfin.
that's what was so scary, because that
I
type of
couldn't place
move,
the order.
that type of move that we saw usually has a dead exchange or a dead market maker behind it, meaning somebody got wiped. But nobody's coming out and saying it was us. Right? Last night everybody was speculating that Wintermute was insolvent and that they got crushed and that Binance is trying to save them. But that's what it looks like on the chart. When a market maker gets completely taken out or an exchange gets completely taken out, and that exchange and that market maker is in charge for filling the thin parts of an order book, then all of those orders get removed, and any severe price action, like any liquidation hunt, sends price flying through the order books.
Right before the massive dump went to mute, moved millions in stable coins back to Binance.
Yeah, so there's tons of sketchiness going on with Binance. Yes, if you want to call Binance criminals, I agree with you. I think 1000% what they did is illegal. But does it mean crypto's a scam? No. Do I mind people saying crypto's a scam? No, because that's great. Those are always great buying opportunities. Extreme fear, crypto's a scam. Sign me up.
Well, just to be clear on my Blowfin account, I could actually get into the exchange, but when I went to purchase something, went to actually trade, it showed I had a zero balance.
Yeah, so that's what Binance said
Yeah.
too. They said that it was they were reporting, how did they call it? Due to heavy market activity, our systems are under high load. Some users may experience intermittent delays or display issues. So the display issues came from the oracles, right? As
Okay.
this was happening and prices were flying, the oracles got overwhelmed and they weren't able to keep up to date price on each exchange. This is a failure in both PIF and Chainlink, by the way. But it comes from the overload that we had of just everybody panicking on one day.
So would this then make us think, if I'm understanding this correctly, that the order books have still got to be very thin on these alts, and if we started progressing back downwards, we could just, I mean, the bottom could just fall out again.
Well, they're filled in now. Remember, the reason that they were thin. So what happens with market makers is whenever you have something like FOMC,
Yeah.
right, or some like news event, or like maybe there's some big data
Oh,
numbers
yeah,
coming
yeah,
out, right? Like they
yeah.
to protect themselves against the volatility, they remove all their orders from the books. So that's the Trump China thing is what set that sort of environment. And then into that environment, BlackRock started dumping. So
Oh,
BlackRock,
so they moved their I
yeah.
get it now.
So they move their
Oh,
orders. So when BlackRock decides to sell 300 Bitcoin
yeah.
at 116, it doesn't get
See.
filled until 109,
Yeah.
right? So as they
Yeah.
start dumping off now, as BlackRock starts dumping off, then
Okay.
Binance, quote unquote, I'm using air quotes, was overwhelmed
Yeah.
and had to slow down and pump the brakes, and that's what kept people from buying. So it's threefold. Trump was responsible for the sentiment that dropped. BlackRock was responsible for the volatility that killed the liquidation orders, and Binance was responsible for not letting people buy back in.
Right,
Nice.
before that dump, Wintermute deposited $705 million to Binance. Winter nuke.
Some of
Yeah, I
those
think
big deposits into Binance, to me, and I'm this is straight conspiracy theory. But if Wintermute really was insolvent or had fears of becoming insolvent, and that's why they slowed everything down, then to fix that problem, you would expect large amounts of capital to come into Binance today to sort of
Yeah. True.
shore their books up, so that
Hearing
it
that
doesn't happen again.
that CZ hunted down Wintermute to take them out. Wow.
That's their dog though, CZ and Wintermute. That's their little the market maker they go to when they want the wet work done.
What up, Dbloc?
What's going on, brother?
Hey, so I got a question. Now you're kind of thinking this is a one-off deal because we just watched alts melt to below bear market lows.
This is a one-off deal. I can be confident in saying that
Because
Atom
you're
is not
saying that
going
the
back to
potential.
zero.
Because yeah, right. That's insane, dude.
Nuts, bro.
So you're saying you think it's because they wiped the books?
Yeah. It was a perfect storm. Super, super thin order books. And then without exchanges open to buy back in, there's nothing to stop the cascade. Like, there's no buy pressure coming in at the bottom to stop the cascade.
Yeah. But some exchanges, as you said, had that little kill switch there and shut their exchanges down, huh?
Yeah. Think of it like this. If it gets to the point, like, let's say you're not insolvent, right? You got enough money to make it through the rest of the bull market as an exchange. It's not a big deal. But all of a sudden, everybody on your exchange catches the perfect short down to whatever, a price that nobody thought was a. You can't cover. If it gets to the point where you're getting close to where you can't cover, you got to slow it down. And there's ways that aren't even that illegal. Like they can literally say system management and just slow things down for
We're
15 minutes.
unregulated too.
Yeah.
We're still Wild West, man.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys
So
do whatever they want.
so if you think about, let's say your exchange is bleeding out funds, right? If you can delay that even by 5 or 10 minutes per person, the amount of money that you save is amazing. It's
Dude,
like a
those shorts
circuit.
got
It's like a
paid.
circuit breaker, but
Yeah, like the stock market does.
yeah, but on their own.
These shorts got paid, dude. Oh my god! Anybody posted any wins in the Discord?
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah,
seen.
yeah. Some people got some really nice shorts.
Oh,
The sad part were people that weren't allowed to get out of their shorts.
Seen
yeah.
people
They were
that
in
were
their
in.
shorts all the way to the bottom,
Yeah.
and they couldn't cancel their shorts until price had already basically recovered.
And then watched it wick back up.
Yeah, that's tragic, bro. There's some heartbreaking
I
shit.
caught a couple. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but good.
I cut a couple little quick shorts, like in out, in out, in out, and I saved a long that I had. I'm gonna knock on wood because I may be one of the only longs standing from yesterday
You're
because
probably
it
the
was,
only one left alive down there, yeah.
dude. It was so it was very very close to making it real ugly for me. Thank God.
I
But
was
you don't think? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I was watching some testimonials last night, and this one guy, he added to his margin before going to sleep. He's like, it looks like it's going down a little bit, but I'm just add to my margin to protect it before going to sleep.
Yeah.
And then got completely wiped. And then his moral of the story was, I should have added more margin. I was like, bro, like real, like that's what you got from this, that you should have added more margin. Holy shit.
I actually did I did exactly that. And if I hadn't done these 3 moves, I would have been decimated. I had to move some capital first, not crazy amount, but enough. Catch those. I count like maybe 4 or 5 quick shorts. Bam, 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 bam. Got in and out, and then another move I had to make in order to save this. Man, that was so that was an atom bomb, dude. But so you don't think that at this stage of the market right now that we're going to be able to see some event like that happen again? Because it
No,
was
no.
kind of Black Swanish.
No, I think don't get me wrong. I think everything that happened yesterday, all the things that happened yesterday could happen again. Meaning Trump could come in today and say 150% tariffs or
Will it have
some
the same
ridiculous shit,
effect?
right? And then we would have a little bit of sentiment drop. Or we could have BlackRock come in today and sell, a bunch of 300 Bitcoin tranches again, and that could bring us down. Or we could have a situation where maybe there's a thin order book on some exchange or something. But what we don't have is a thin exchange with liquidations down to 100K, with Trump talking shit, with BlackRock selling off, right? The idea of all those things happening at the same time again, pretty low, I would imagine.
And as well, we had a lot of open longs down there, dude, in places we don't even, nobody knew we were going there. There's no way anybody knew it.
Yeah.
But we don't have that now, and especially being that a lot of people couldn't get long after that dip.
Any orders down there got filled or removed. So it's empty underneath us.
Yeah.
What we have to worry about is our recent pulls, right? We just can't let the liquidation get to the point where it's out of control. And everybody's still scared. What's today's? Are we in? We're still on the edge of extreme fear here. At 25. See what tomorrow's print looks like, but I mean, I buy fear. There's like, it was impossible for me to not buy something yesterday.
Yeah.
People were like, "Oh, the fallen knife from hell," and it's like, yeah, well, strap your Gore-Tex gloves on, do the big boy thing, and protect yourself in case you're wrong. But
Carrot is coming.
yesterday was a call for action. What that action is for each person to decide. But yeah, decisions should have been made yesterday for sure. Wait, so I could pay for my Xbox Live with Dogecoin, DJ? Is what you're trying to tell me? That would be lit.
What?
DJ was saying Microsoft now accepts Dogecoin as a payment method. Connor, stop, bro. Too soon. I said Walmart is now accepting Litecoin again. Too soon, bro. Too soon.
Oh God, no one's gonna believe it when it does happen.
That's a day that nobody could understand, bro. If you weren't here for that day, that shit was
I was here
nutty.
for that, and that's like I got lucky that day.
I got lucky too. I woke up late, bro. I had no position.
I had a position that, like, like I feel like I've told this story before. Like all those glitches that used to happen on Robinhood. Like long story short, I like got a bunch of money from one night that there was like a glitch happening, and I put it all into Litecoin, and then not like I held the Litecoin, and then not too long after that whole like Walmart story came out. Like so that day I sold that day and I was like, oh hell yeah. So I just sold all that Litecoin that day. And then freaking at right after I sold, like the story came out that it was fake. Or like the news came out that it was fake. The news came out that it was fake news. I don't know.
Yeah.
but I got out just in time, and I would have had no way of knowing that that was gonna happen. I just was like, okay, it's going up. I'm gonna sell. Like I treated it like an Elon tweet. You know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, it's ripping off the news. All right, I'm just gonna sell the news. I thought it was real, and then when I sold the news, right after I sold, I found out that it wasn't even real.
That's a good move. Yeah, DJ, and I agree with Grok. It's a greater fool theory, but so is everything else. Anything that you sell or resell is a greater fool theory. If I buy a bike and I go to sell it on Facebook Marketplace, I'm hoping that a greater fool than me pays something I wouldn't pay for something I've been using for the last however long.
Sui went to 0 too yesterday, somebody said?
So we went to like 60 something cents.
Oh.
Close enough. Might as well be.
Yeah. But Adam, you said I watched you do
Yeah,
that
Adam.
yesterday. Adam went to 0.
Adam
And,
went to.
and what was it prior?
I couldn't buy it though.
I don't even know.
How much
Nah,
was it
you
before?
couldn't. You couldn't get it. Hold on, I'll show you.
Yes, dude.
Oh my god.
Was one person that bought it at a penny on Binance.
Oh.
Adam USDT. If we go to volume footprint,
And then, God.
That thing was $4?
Minus.
That's insane, man.
why isn't it showing me my? Oh damn, that's how much you have to zoom in. That's crazy. Okay. So check this out. This is the wick, right? This is at about 150. Right? So these are sells and these are buys, right? At that level. Look at what happens once you come down underneath the value area low here. Look at the buy side. You were unable to buy. Right? So even though this shit came down all the way to double zeros, nobody was able to buy. The first time anybody was able to buy was at like $1.50. God no. There we go. Yeah, so the first order that actually
And then who
came
did they
in.
sell all those? See how it says 25, 25, 25, 25. Like who were they selling to?
Right here.
That was exactly my question.
It's the
Quite
you gotta
honestly.
it's the exchanges that pick it up.
So the exchanges screwed us. They took everybody's coins.
Nuts. First person was able to buy 7 Atom at 154, and then it started to kick in. Remember, it's not. Excuse me. It's enough to just slow down the buyers. You don't have to get rid of them completely, but the delta will be 0 on the buy side. Just a cluster, bro. This entire thing was a massive cluster.
How many people on OTC you think were able to buy? I'm sure they were able to get whatever they wanted,
OTC
right?
probably didn't have too much of a problem.
Nope. So it's almost like when you stand back and look at all this, man, it's like this was so coordinated, and BlackRock changed the game when they came in. We know that. They started dumping their Bitcoin, so that's distribution, and now they're buying alts. I mean, it's just kind of, it's sort of plain as day.
It's a rotational play. Like I said, we can't get mad at BlackRock for following the rules that we established before they even got here. And the rules we established before they got here was when Bitcoin breaks all-time highs, you sell your Bitcoin and you buy some ETH. And when ETH breaks all-time high, you sell your ETH and you buy some SOL or whatever.
Right. But for them to be able to bring these prices down to the level that they did, man, it's just unbelievable. How greedy do you got to be, man?
Yeah. Yeah, this is nuts. That was nuts on Adam. Let's see something like Doge. See why Doge didn't go down to nothing? Even though it did go down, but people were able to buy the dip on Doge. Let me see.
Something's going on as well.
See, I think this is what we're facing in the future. When you ask the devil to dance and he says yes, then you got to suffer the consequences. And these are the kind of consequences that we haven't been accustomed to in the past, just getting totally locked out and these, yes, aggressive drops, but unseen, unprecedented aggressive drops.
No, this was
Because
historic
they
shit.
can. Yeah.
Yeah, this was historic.
I think this has changed the market forever.
The two biggest liquidation events we've had have been after BlackRock has been in.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I mean,
So we just got to
just
figure out
keep
how to
telling
work with
people that
things
they need to
from.
be careful with leverage. Your risk is being on leverage. Or getting stopped out. Yeah, of course. Somebody's, two things happened to you if you were on spot yesterday. You got stopped out at whatever stop you had underneath to protect yourself. No harm, no foul. Or your stop got skipped. You lost 70% of your portfolio, and then 20 minutes later, you were 50% back up. That's the worst that it got for spot yesterday. Yeah, it's like I said,
Yeah,
Salvo.
like
You
I
either
had a
got
bunch of
stopped
stuff.
out or you got skipped.
I had a bunch of stuff that was like even if I was holding a coin, right, and I just bought it and I was at break even, like I would have gone negative for only a few minutes before it was like right back up to where my break even price was.
If you were sitting there staring at that SUI drop when it hit bottom and you got up to get yourself a cup of coffee, when you came back, you were 200% away from where you sold. If you sold that bottom, people who got screwed on spot were people who sold emotionally into the dip, thinking that they would be able to buy back in, and then realizing that the exchanges were screwed and they couldn't buy back in. Yeah, exactly, Salvo. That's the one thing that could have screwed you. But you wouldn't have got stopped out at bear market lows. That's not true. Why would your stop be at bear market lows, bro? If you got stopped out, you got stopped out right underneath price where your responsible stop was. If your stop got skipped, then you didn't get stopped out at all. If you panicked and sold off and then weren't able to get back in, you got screwed. Royally screwed. But I'm pretty sure nobody had their stop for Doge at 9 cents. You know what I mean? Like, your stop would be way higher to protect you.
Dominance is problem.
I believe you, Salvo. I don't have to ask anybody. Why would you lie? Yeah, that was the main thing. Don't sell, in my opinion. If you already took that 70%, I'm not talking about from the beginning when it first started happening. I mean, once everybody realized how bad the alts were getting slaughtered and we were down 70, 80%, the worst thing you could have possibly done at that time is sell. Oh, I got you. Okay. The bad part are people that were hedged, right? That's the part that really sucks. There were people that were hedged to protect themselves. Their stops got skipped on their longs, and then their short hedge got auto deleveraged. So they got wiped on both positions. That at that point, I don't care if it's true or not. Crypto's a scam, and I'm gonna go hide under a rock for a while because what the hell? So yeah, by all means, I'm not saying that people on spot didn't get hurt. I'm saying that it's a wound that'll heal versus you just lost 3 years of your portfolio. Yeah, auto deleveraging is an easy concept, right? Auto deleveraging means you're about to make so much money on this trade that we don't have the liquidity to pay you out. So to protect the